click on that to submit your finals. And if you need to see what the more specific finals are, like final requirements, you can click on the final turn-in requirements, and you can see, more specific breakdowns. If you want to see some more student examples, you can click on the link here, and you can see some student examples from other versions of this, from previous iterations of the class that I've run. So those are just some examples. And again, I'll go through some of that today as well on how to take screenshots and stuff inside of Marmoset, and also whatever other program you're going to use.
Do you want the for the FBX? Do you want the triangle version or the what do you call
quad version?
Yeah.
You can turn in either or. I mean, I would prefer to have the quadded version, I guess, but it doesn't really matter at the end of the day, I guess. Yeah, because it's not like I'm going to take your character and do anything with it. So,
okay, that's what I'll make sure about
that. So yeah, sorry, all that information is kind of spread out, but this is where you'll submit your final submissions.
Cool.
Anybody have any questions about that?
All seems straightforward.
Were you able to get your substance painter fixed?
Not with a licensing file. I got an email from them as they told me basically they changed how the codes work a couple of weeks ago, and basically bugger some things up for some people, and I just need to. It's a thing I need to do, and they'll walk me through it sometime this weekend, hopefully.
Oh, okay, that sucks. I'm sorry.
It happens.
Because then that means you can't use it for any of your other classes, right?
Correct.
Okay. Wow. Okay. So yeah, that should be, and if you cannot, sorry, one last thing. If you are not able to submit something to this final submission page, please remember, don't freak out. You can always email me. If you cannot submit anything to this page for whatever reason, please email your final files to patrickhillstead.au@gmail.com. Okay. And I'll type that out here for everybody again, just in case. patrickhillstead.au@gmail.com. That should be available to you guys to email me to that. Okay, let's take attendance, and then we'll get through class today, hopefully. So Tahoe is here. Yep. Stephanie is here. Jack is here. Yep. Ashley is here. Armin is here. Ryan is here. Artie is here. Fuyang is here. Everett is here. I thought I saw him a second ago. John is here. Nope. Okay. Daniel Yen is here. And Brandon is not here yet. Okay. Long G, I mean. Sorry, excuse me. All right. Cool, yeah. So let's get right into it. We're going to talk about posing, and then we're going to talk about final presentation and texturing today. So let's get right into it. All right. So stop the local recording. 3, 2, 1, go. All right. So for people, this is going to be for people who are doing full body characters. I'm not going to rush through this, but I am going to just kind of briefly touch on these subjects because I feel like you guys can probably just research a lot of this on your own probably at this point. But we're going to talk about posing today for a character. So when you're making your character, you want to make sure the first thing we're going to talk about is Mixmo. If you guys aren't already aware of it, it's basically an automatic rigging solution that's free on online. You basically upload your model to it, and it rigs you automatically for free. The reason why I think this is only for full body characters is because I don't think this will work if you only have half a torso. I'm not 100% sure though, but we'll see. But anyway, so you want to take your character and just like basically, you know, based on what we've been doing, make sure it's above the ground plane, or else the auto rigging tool will not work properly. There we go. Cool, cool, cool. And then just take everything, delete history. We're going to export an FBX of this. Game 340. It's module 14. Can you believe it? Wow. Okay.
No.
Game. So we'll call this like whatever Helen mix, Helen Low or whatever. All right, cool. So we'll just export this. Oh, actually, we need to go back and we need to export this because this will only work if you export with FBX version 2013 or below, because this is a pretty old piece of software. So we got to make sure that that works.
Oh.
Let me make sure I'm not showing anything I'm not supposed to be showing. Okay, cool. And so that's turned off. And then, so now we're going to go to Mixamo here. So if you just Google Mixamo, Mixamo, it will take you to a website, basically, like I said, where you can just plug in characters for animation. This is going to, they got bought by Adobe a while ago. So it's now tied into your Adobe Photoshop account. So copy. There we go. Continue. Let me just sign in here.
Best thing ever for Mixamo.
Continue. I think this website is okay. We've updated the FBX SDK from 2014 to 2019. Wow, they did it. That's amazing. So now we can actually export this and we can use FBX 2019. 2019 export.
It's 2020.
Yeah, I know. So I've already got a character uploaded here. So I'm going to upload my character here. Let's go to fall semester game 340. Helen Low. So go ahead and upload this. So it'll take a second to process. So basically, it's an auto rigger. I don't know if many people have used auto riggers before, but they're pretty dependent. Like basically, you have to make sure that your character works with the auto rigger and not the other way, because the rigger it saves you a ton of time, but you know, your character has to kind of work within it. So now what we need to do is we need to set up specific points on our character for the bot to work correctly. So set up my chin. These are my wrists here. I'm just clicking and dragging. There's not anything too crazy here. So why isn't this method more popular and like more people use it? Probably great question, everybody. The reason is it's not very good, in my opinion. It does do some cool stuff, like because you do get access to like so many different animations. But then your rig is tied to these joints, like, and a lot of the animations are kind of bad, and the posing isn't great on some of them sometimes. And even though that you still think that, even though it will be rigged properly and work with the animations, you'll still have to do some work to, like, you still have to do a lot of skin weighting to basically make it work. So it's not something, I mean, if you're not familiar with skin weighting, I mean, this is a solution that'll probably work for you, maybe like 85%, but in my opinion, it's I don't know. I used to use this when I was in school, and I still have some students use this, but I don't really think it adds anything really. The posing to me are not that perfect. So yeah, then there you go. So this is actually one of the better examples I've had. So I noticed though that I really simplified my character. I didn't bring in a ton of props with her. So we're gonna hit OK here. Proceed with this new character. Yes. So we'll update my character here. I don't know why her pivot's all the way up there. And then now, basically what's happening is that all these animations use the same joint structure. So we can now just plug in these animations to my character. And so that's usually how most animations in video games work. They are basically like all characters will usually share the same rig, but all have a variety of different animations that use that same rig. So that's how most video games are able to, get a lot of the same animations on things. So yeah, there's like 52 pages of animation. A lot of them are just used for like indie, like they're all like a lot of indie games use this stuff because it's like, we can make it do a drop kick or whatever. Bam. But yeah, to me that's not the like. Look at this one. Pilot flips switches. Nice. Look at that wrist though. So then what you want to do is you want to pick like a pose maybe that you like or something. I don't know, like not like I guess like an idol maybe. The idol's like not even very good.
I mean, for like 2 minutes of work or processing, it's not actually that bad. Like you mentioned, it does an actual decent job to put things together at least.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. So let's like find like standing fight to fight idle. So I don't know. You pick like your pose like this, right? Now when you pick it though, you have a bunch of animations. You have a bunch of things that you can tweak. You can pick the frame that you export on. You can change the arm space of the character, which is like kind of interesting. I think that would help obviously if your character was like probably had a bigger chest or something. And then you can also overdrive like increases the speed of the animation, which I think is funny. But we're just going to leave it like this right now. So let's say you pick a pose, something like this. So now the issue is you're going to export this character. This is one way that you could do it. So let's do this way first. So we're going to export 2015 or 2019 binary FPX. We're going to export with skin. We're going to export at 30 frames a second. And we're going to turn off no keyframe reduction. And we're going to just hit download. Now, this is one way you can do it. You could totally download just a pose character, but if you want to use the T-pose version of the character, you have to search T-pose here, and you have access to the T-pose, which is just your character and the default. This is what Mixamo turned your character into when you upload the FBX. Now I'm going to hit download, and download this one. And I'll show you the differences between these two. This one might be more usable for people, I feel like. So we're gonna go back to Maya here. We're gonna open a new version of Maya, or sorry, a new scene. We're going to import. So let's start with the one that we downloaded, which is standing idle to fight. There you go. So now my character is imported. The shoulders are all right, but then now we have like everything ready to go. And you can kind of see from like, oh God, look at all this. Like, this is really bad. This is like not good. There's a lot of tweaking that we kind of need to do at this point. Her face is not as bad as it has been in the past for me, but yeah. There's going to be a lot of like intersecting geo. And this is stuff that you ideally would like to avoid while you're posing or doing whatever you want to do. But this is like a shortcut basically. So you can pick a pose like this and try to use it. But I'm going to go to, hold on, let's go to File, New Scene here. Let's grab that T-pose one. Import T-pose, open. So now we've got the T-pose model here. And this is basically the same model, but it's T-pose. And you might be noticing that, yeah, we don't really get any of the... let me set all these to reference here. So we don't get any controls. That's the main thing now. With this setup, you could ideally take these joints and create your own controls if you want to, which is probably how some people would do it. But I don't know how to set up controls properly in Maya, so you guys would have to like look that up on your own. But yeah, now you're like ready to open this up and like start playing with the joints and start messing with your skin weights. If you guys don't know how to do that, do you guys know how to access skin weights and stuff? Have you guys taken a rigging course before?
I'm in creature rigging right now, so yes.
Like a little bit. I'm still getting used to it. Still, I just gotta remember some of it.
Yeah. So let's add these joints to a layer here. Yeah, so then you open up the skin weights, go to the tool settings, and then yeah, just start going through and start painting. I'll show you how to do this on like another model later, but this is definitely an alternative too if you want to just use the T-pose model rather than having to deal with what I grabbed these mesh. Oh wait, no, I want to be over here, right? Rather than trying to rig it yourself. So really consider your own like timeline and what you have the ability to do. I would say that like not everybody is going to have the capacity or the ability to do a rig. It's nice definitely to demonstrate some type of rigging knowledge with either posing or some other way. I think that having to for me personally, I think creating your own rig is just a lot of time spent that you could be spending on something else personally. Posing it is nice. You definitely want to try and pose your model in some way, but like taking the time to create a whole rig can be very intensive and take like a long time. But I mean, it would also be nice to demonstrate because like most like how do I describe this? Technical artists are very lucrative, as in they make a lot of money, and they're very much needed anywhere. So if that's like a career that you want to pursue, I would say like maybe go for it because it's like I said, it can make a lot of money. Yeah. Anyway, let's go through here. So yeah, Mixmo is like one solution, and then you could like just rotate these down and work with it how you need to. And I would probably import the rest of my character props at this point and try to tweak them and move them around. So yeah, that's Mixmo. Let's do the other scripting tool that I can show you, and then we'll talk about doing it the old-fashioned way, which is just posing in ZBrush. So let's stop the recording. Let me create a new scene here. Let me open up that other version. Okay. God, man, I gotta drink some coffee. Okay. All right. Ugh. Three, two, one, go. Wait. Hang on. Whoops. Let me see if we can find this. Here we go. Okay, cool. And then I have to clean up this video. Hang on. Delete this one. Cool. All right, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so another solution that you guys could use is basically a Python script or some type of Mel script that you bought or purchased online. I'll give you guys this one that's available free on like Creative Crash. But basically, let's see if we can find it here. So this is this one. I don't even know if this website's okay. It actually loaded. So this is a pretty basic rig. Whoops. Can I open up that chat again? Chat. This is a pretty basic piece of rigging scripting that you can use that a lot of people also use, I'm pretty sure. Basically, it just like very simply allows you to set up proxies and then set up joints and stuff pretty quickly, and controls. The main thing is the controls are like the big deal. So it's kind of similar to Mixamo, but it doesn't do a lot of skin weighting for you. You have to do all the skin weighting manually. So I've already got this set up, but if you don't know how to install scripts, basically you're going to download the script here. I'll give you guys this in your folder tonight for the lectures, so you don't have to like try and download it from that website. But let's go to not my autosaves, but so once you have the script downloaded, you're going to go to wherever you saved your wherever your Maya installation is. So we're going to go to My Documents here. Then you're going to go to Maya, You're going to go to whatever version of Maya you're using. This does work in 2020. I did it recently. You're going to go to 2020 scripts, and then you're just going to copy and paste this tool into here. Now, I have a different version in here. I have Rapid Rig Modular. This is the Primo version that is expensive. I say it's expensive because it's like $99 USD, but this tool is incredible, and it can be you can use it to make creatures and like other stuff. So I've used this for professionally for gigs, and it works great. There's also Rapid Rig Advanced, which is like basically the same thing, but just for bipeds. Rapid Rig Modular is like, you get your money's worth, in my opinion. So I'm just putting that out there. I'm not shilling for this guy, but like, it works really well. So kind of anyway, so once you set up your scene here, you want to set up your file kind of like similarly to how we did it before. You want to just kind of pull the character up from the ground plane to whatever scale it needs to be. And then we're going to just basically hide everything except for the gun and the... Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm so yawny today. Okay. Grab these two, press Control H. There we go. So we got our character basically set up. Actually, for the purposes of this demo too, I might hide these bags and bring them back later. Oh, I actually can't do that because that's part of this. Oh, that's annoying. Way to go, Pat. Anyway, we'll leave those there for right now. We can always just paint those later. So let's go. So once you've got the file loaded up, you just go into the script itself and you search for, whoops, sorry, this one here, the Rapid Rig basic text file. And you look for the instructions. You look for the command line, which is this one here. So press Control C. And then you type it. You can just type it into the mail window here. And that will create basically your folder to create the Rapid Rig script. So then what we're going to do is we're going to hit the Create Proxies button. What this is going to do, it's going to be kind of like Mixamo, but we're going to have to do it ourselves. We're basically going to get a bunch of locator joint looking things that we're going to have to put on our character to determine where the character, how the character works. So you do want to make sure that these are pretty accurate. You don't want to like futz around with these because this will save you a ton of time later. But so probably the most important thing is you want to make sure, let's put all my layers on reference here because I don't need to actually click on my model quite yet. So the main thing, if you click on these, you can see what they're called in the editor here. So this is the root. So you want to make sure the root is at your like center of gravity. This one's the main hip. So you want to make sure that all that is kind of set up properly. Those are the most important things. Some of these are a little bit taller. We can adjust these later. Let's start with the foot though. So we're going to start with our heel joint. This is our ankle joint. We're going to kind of pull it up there. So kind of want this to be, like I said, in an accurate spot. Then we can take the ball joint and kind of move that in. Now, you notice I'm moving one piece around. It's automatically, moving the other pieces around. This is a good piece of software that works. So like, it doesn't waste your time. So, try to make sure that everything is lined up properly where it's supposed to be. We can just do one side of the character and just mirror the other side over. And then we're going to take the knee joint here and kind of like pull that in. I'll probably leave it in the center here, I guess. There we go. This is the hip joint here. So we can probably just leave that where that is for right now, probably. Notice if I move that, it doesn't really move the ankle. So I need to be aware of that. So I'll probably just leave that there for right now. So now we're going to start with the spine here. So if I grab the spine here, it's going to move everything else. So I'm going to just start with the spine 4 here, and I'm just going to move that down to the base of my neck. Actually, spine 4, yeah, I'm going to move that down to like the base of my neck-ish here. Actually, I think I want it to be like this almost. Yeah. There we go. That's spine 4. Or actually, spine 4, we want that to be pulled down where the shoulders are. Yeah. And then this is the neck. So my character is like kind of weirdly proportioned, so we kind of need to keep that in mind as we're going through this. So let's kind of set this up. So that's the neck. This will be the head joint here, so we'll kind of move that up. This is the jaw joint. Probably can't even tell what's going on here, but this is the jaw joint. And then these are the eyeballs. Take those and kind of just go push them in. Cool. Sorry, excuse me. So we shouldn't really have to adjust anything up there. So now it's just the torso or the head, or sorry, the what am I saying? The shoulders. So the clavicle is a really important placement because this is going to determine like where your shoulder can be raised, because your shoulder raises your arm up and down, but your clavicle raises your shoulder up and down. So keep that in mind. That's very important for rigging. So we're going to put the shoulder here. Let's grab the hand. This is the actual shoulder. So we're going to move that in a little bit closer here. Something where like here. So now we're going to grab the hand because the hand is going to help us place the elbow here. Kind of rotate this stuff down. And so this is why I'm basically was telling you guys like topology is really important. You want to make sure that you do a good job with your topology and you don't make too high res of a character or too low res of the character, because this is where it all really comes together in animation. There we go. We're going to just set up some stuff like this. So this is the wrist here. There we go. And then we're going to set up the fingers. So this is a really important part where you want to make sure your fingers are oriented properly. You probably want to make sure that everything is like pointing in the right direction and like lined up a little bit more properly than this. Okay. So I'm just going to kind of quickly set up these other fingers, and then we can do our whole, we can change the rig. We can actually generate the rig, and then we can start to do some skin weight basics. I can talk to you guys about some skin weight basics if you don't know much. So I'm not expecting you guys to, like I said, I'm not really expecting everyone to be a wizard at this or like to understand this process. This is just one part of it, but it's an important part of the pipeline that you should understand ideally as you go into making characters. This is not a rigging class. So, but it's important to demonstrate that knowledge, in my opinion, either through posing or some other method, so that you can like work better with animators.
Most Epic games actually requires you to know some animation to put into the character. Still.
There you go. Squeaky, squeaky.
Yeah, my dog's in the back just playing with her toy.
Oh.
Yeah. She got her early Christmas present. Because she ripped other toys. I'm like, oh, come on.
Cool. Here we go. So the cool thing about this setup is that once you've got the basic kind of joints set up here, you can just hit mirror from, we worked on the left side. We worked on the left side. So you hit left to right, and it'll just mirror the joints over to the left side for you automatically. Or the locators, I mean. So this is where you want to save. As someone who's done this a lot, you want to make sure you have a version before you generate the joints and the rigs, so you don't lose a ton of time. So I will go to Fall Semester 340, Module 14, Helen, rig 01 proxies or something. That's usually how I set these up. So once you've got the proxy joints set up, you can hit the generate rig button, which is going to generate all the special controls and stuff for you. Basically, here you go. Cool. And then you can just hit delete proxies. Oh, we don't have any proxies. Cool. So you can probably leave this window open so you can select the skinning joints, but now we need to actually get our character prepared. So if you want to make this a lot easier on yourself, you might want to just grab your entire character and maybe hit combine. Delete history. Oh, I combined everything. That's not what I wanted. Let's turn off the rig and the controls layer here. Grab this guy, hit combine. Delete history, center pivot, freeze transforms. Turn on the controls layer. And then turn on the joints layer. We're going to select the skinning joints, and then we're going to select our mesh here. Can I select my mesh? There we go. And we're going to go to, in the rigging tab here, we're going to go to skin, bind skin. And this is going to basically set up our skin weights. So I'm not sure what the limits are these days for this stuff. I'm going to assume that a lot of it is the same based on what I learned a long time ago. Bind to method, joint hierarchy. So bind method, geodesic voxel. So this will actually determine how the joints are bound. So basically what's happening is like the character, each vertex is going to be bound to a joint based on the influence. And so when the joint moves, it will use its influence to determine how much the other vertices move around it. So this determines like what kind of setup that you use. Most people kind of swear by either heat map or geodesic voxel. I'm going to stick with geodesic voxel because it kind of gives me a nice results. You want to use classic linear. You don't really want to use more than 5 influences because I just think straight up most video game engines don't support more than 5 influences. So you want to make sure that that's going to be dependent on your engine and your knowledge of the engine and stuff. But then we're just going to hit apply, and this will take a second. There we go. So now we can just close this, probably close rapid rig basic. And now if I grab a part of my character here, wiggle, 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 wiggle. Wow, there you go. We've basically got a whole character rig set up. So now this is the part where you're like, okay, well, if I move her shoulder, her boobies shouldn't move. So you got to like open up the character and then go into the skin weights menu. So here's some quick tips for the skin weights menu. If you aren't aware, an easy thing that you can do is like, let's say I want to bind this entire hat to her head. So grab the hat, faces, use shift right click, two vertices. So it selects the vertices. Open up the skin weights tool. Find the head joint. As you can see, there's like a gradient of color here, which I don't want. I'm going to just flood it to the head. So I'm going to hit flood. So it's operation replace, hit flood. There you go. Do the same thing with her eyebrows here. Probably grab a couple of these. Or grab these two and whoops. 2 vertices. And I usually just go through and I work kind of like my way down from there. I start to go through one by one. Like all of these pieces probably need to do the same thing. The hair pieces, I mean. How many people have done this before?
And the Phil adventure a couple semesters ago.
Okay. Wait, did you say a Phil adventure?
That's what I call that rigging class. It's a nightmare.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
I mean,
He's a cool guy though.
But it was a while ago.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you can see if I move her mouth, it like awkwardly moves everything else. So kind of got to paint that out. So because we use geodesic voxel though, it should do like a pretty decent job on some of this stuff. Some of this stuff, it did an okay job. So we'll have to probably paint some of that out. The feet should be okay though. Yeah, that does all right.
For the mouth, you said you're going to show this other part, yeah, about the mouth part, how to close the mouth.
Yeah, we can do that right now. I mean, do you want me to do it right now, or do you want me to? We'll do it in ZBrush too.
Yeah, okay, we can just do it like layer if you want to.
Okay. Hold on, I'm like thinking. I mean, you could try to skin weight it here if you want to. So an easy thing how to fix that. So if I was going to try and skin weight the mouth, what I would do is like probably grab the face node here, all of the face parts, right? Mm-hmm. Go into vertices and then fill it to the head. I'm just going to straight up flood the head with all those joints. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the skin weights tool again. I'm going to just lock everything. So I'm going to select the top one, select the bottom one here, and I'm going to lock all those. So what that's going to do is going to lock all the influences so that if I'm painting the head, it does not fuck up and paint like vertices of the head to like the arm or something. So I only want one thing turned on that's affecting everything. So I want the head and the neck turned on because I want to be painting the neck here, and I also want the jaw turned on. So I'm going to turn on the jaw here. And then I'm going to just straight up probably go into, or probably isolate select my mesh here. Look at it from the profile view. And probably just use the vertex lasso select tool. So go into vertex mode. And just like we gotta hide the joints. Okay, hang on. Hide the joints here. Go into vertex mode. Probably grab those for right now to start with. Open this up, go to the modeling toolkit, or sorry, go to the skin weights tool. Go to the jaw here, and I'm just going to flood the jaw. Okay. And then I will go to the base of the neck here. So I'll just go into face mode. Go into the vertex mode. And probably grab this entire ring of vertices here, and then go to here, and then go to the the neck node here and hit flood. So I didn't do the best job. That's okay. We can always mirror skin weights later if we feel like we need to. So then at this point, you have a couple decisions or options what you can do. So one thing that I don't know what Phil teaches you guys or how it works, but for me, what I like to do is I'm lazy. So now I'm going to turn off the jaw, and I'm just going to change my operation from replace to smooth, and I'm going to set my opacity to like 30 or something. And the only two things that are turned on are the neck and the head. And I want to select these face vertices here. So I'm going to grab all these verts on the face. So it's only going to be affecting these selected vertices. And I'm just going to spam flood. And that will give me like an easy gradient on the neck and the head here. So that way, if I go back and I grab, I don't even know where my head control is right now. Oh, it's up here. Okay, so this is my head control. Like if I rotate this, it gives me a better gradient, ideally on my neck here. So I might need to like paint it out a little bit more, but it gives me like a pretty decent start. What is this? This one here is the, this is the neck control. Yeah, so kind of rotate that. Okay, yeah. So more of this needs to be combined to spine 4, not necessarily the neck, but you get a gradient going, and then you can start to do the same thing with the jaw. So we can like probably go to the modeling toolkit here, or sorry, let's go back to vertex mode and go to paint select. So we're gonna turn out. So only the head is turned off, or only the head is turned on, and then we're gonna turn on the jaw joint here. And we'll probably spam a little bit of flood there to just kind of smooth it out. Kind of see what we get. Alrighty. Looking great so far. But yeah, we need to get in there and like really paint it out and go to flood. Or sorry, replace rather. And so with replace, usually what I do is just turn on my soft select here. Actually, let's just make sure we're only selecting the vertices of the face here. Tool settings. There's a lot of little things you got to keep track of when you're skin weight painting. This is probably one of the more roundabout ways that you could do this, but I just want to show this method off just in case. So opacity. I usually do a low opacity and just kind of like go through and just kind of replace these. So the jaw joint is like back here somewhere, so we want to make sure that it kind of matches up over there. And then you can hold shift to kind of smooth it out. Kind of like you would like if you're weight painting or something. So I'm going to go to... There we go. Basically, I'm just painting influence on the jaw. And then we're going to go back and check to see. All right, that's like a little bit more natural. It's not too bad. You got to be really careful with Control Z while you're weight painting. I don't know if anybody else has had that experience, but it is a nightmare sometimes. Because like every time you hit Control Z, it like can accidentally reset your vertex order, which can break all your skin weights. So that's fun. So be careful.
Fighting. We needed more landmines.
Yeah, basically.
I have never had that issue before, but good to know. I'll keep that in mind.
I have had it happen to me before. So there we go. Okay. So then you get a result like that, and you can continue to refine it. Let me save this. So that's like, I'm going to just make another video to show you the easy man's way to do this, because this is going to tie into ZBrush here. So let's make one more split video here. Stop recording. Start recording. All right, so if you want an easy, this is like the easiest hack, not an easy hack, but like if you want to just close your character's mouth once you finish your texturing and you're ready to start posing, I would honestly just go into the side profile view like this, go into vertex mode, and grab all the verts. Maybe increase the influences a little bit.
This way. Okay.
And then, yeah, change your pivot location maybe. And you can kind of just rotate it up.
And you're just using the quads version, yeah.
Yeah, this is the quadded version. You can also always like just cheat it too. Like if you feel like you just want to grab like parts of the mesh. Rather. Why is it selecting stuff like in here? What is going on? I just want this guy and then just like go skirt.
This won't affect some of the UVs, yeah.
I mean, it might a little bit, but like it shouldn't do like a huge deal. It shouldn't be like a ton. Then you can kind of like play this down a little bit. And then if it ever gets like a little bit too bad, okay, hold on. So this is an instance where I like really need to get in here and like go into vertex mode and okay, why is it selecting stuff back there? What is going on, dude?
I think it's the pivot.
Yeah, you're right. I reset my pivot. Reset tool. Wait, what? Why is the pivot still over there? I don't understand.
You have to reset the pivot.
There we go. Okay, yeah.
I've had that happen so many times. It's just, it annoys the hell out of me.
I don't know.
So if you ever like, and then if you're like still not satisfied with it, you can go into the to the modeling tab and go to mesh tools, and you go to the sculpting tools and just grab like the sculpting tool. You might have to zoom out and like really decrease your brush size. Oh, there we go. And then just kind of like smooth it out like a little bit or something. I'm just holding shift to smooth. And you can kind of like move stuff around a little bit.
Oh, okay.
In fact, you can also just use, I think in the mesh tools, it's under like the move tool or the grab tool or something will kind of work too. But yeah.
That one. Definitely good. Is there like symmetry to it or not really?
There should be symmetry. There you go. Object X.
So the point in time to do this type of stuff is at what point?
After you've done your baking, and probably after you've done like most of your texturing, and you're ready to do like final presentation, basically.
Gotcha. So this is basically almost like a part of posing the character, in a sense.
So if I brought my Mixamo one finished, or should like do you want me to do that? Like I want to put the face in perfectly. Should I throw in the face, then go to Mixamo, or go to Mixamo to the face?
Can you repeat your question? I'm sorry, I don't
No,
understand.
if I want to put the mouth together, should I put it into? Should I do it in Maya first and then put it into Mixamo, or go into Mixamo then Maya?
Oh, you should close the mouth before you put it in
Okay.
Mixamo, yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure about that.
Mm-hmm. All right, so those are like some advanced ways that you can do character rigging. We're not going to take a break yet, but let's split up the recording now and let's do the other way, which is just posing in ZBrush. Pog. So let's go to here. Cool.
No many pogs on the Game Awards. I saw a lot of text. I'm like, what?
Mm-hmm. All right, let's hide some of this stuff again. All right, so wait, 3, 2, 1, go. Let's talk about my process for this. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so we're gonna get into the part which sometimes can trip people up, but is like probably also really straightforward. But we're just gonna import the model into ZBrush and then use Transpose Master to basically pose the character. So I'm going to hide the elements that I kind of don't need. Like I said, like some of this stuff here. For this particular demo, I am going to keep the whip in here because this is real. This is true to my real life example how I did this. Basically, I modeled the whip in pose. So I don't really want to tweak the posing on the whip. So I'm going to leave that there. Another thing that you really want to make sure that you do before you use ZBrush is you need to fix your 5-sided endgons, okay? Because if you import this mesh into ZBrush with endgons, ZBrush will just straight up delete those faces and fuck them up, and you will get holes in your mesh. So you want to make sure that you clean that up before you do this. So we're going to hit delete history here. And we're going to go to... so the easiest way to do this is to go to select, use constraints, and then click the component mode button and switch to face mode. So it changes this menu to face mode. You're going to select all in next, quads, and then end-sided. So now it's selected all. Let me turn off soft select here. It has selected all end-sided polygons I have, which is apparently a freaking lot. Now don't move or do anything with the polygons because that's going to mess everything up. But you just can go to mesh and just hit triangulate. And that will just automatically clean those up. And then just hit close and reset. So please make sure you do that before you import this, before you do this part, okay? Everyone better have taken note about that because it's going to drive me up the wall if I see holes in people's models.
So which menu was that in? Just...
Select.
I feel like I missed it.
Use constraints.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
You can also use the polygon cleanup selection tool if you want to use that too.
So call that, or is it called mesh cleanup these days?
It's mesh cleanup, yeah.
Okay.
Make sure the operation is set to select matching polygons, not cleanup. Because the cleanup operation is very destructive. You just want to select them so you can manually fix them. Okay.
See, I knew about that one, and I didn't like using that tool for the cleanup purposes. So, yeah, triangulation works better in that sense.
So, okay, we're going to go to... So I'm just going to export these. So I'm going to go to Helen... I'm going to export an FBX here. We're going to go to Helen Whip Low or something like that. So usually when I set this up, I have a whole folder set up for just posing. But I mean, this part's just kind of straightforward. Like, it just depends on how much time you have. I think when I was posing this character, it probably took me like, 3 to 4 hours maybe on like a couple nights. So we're going to grab a Polymesh 3D here. hit TNF. We're going to go to Z plugin, FBX export, import, and we're going to hit import. Game 340, module 14, Helen Whip Low. Open. It's going to go through. It's going to import everything. Now, the reason I wanted to make sure I've imported my mesh separately is because once I've imported all my subtools like this, I'm going to immediately go to Z plugin, transpose master, and hit T-pose mesh, and we'll basically pose the model with T-pose mesh here. So I'm going to turn perspective on and just go to town. So I mean, there's not really anything too crazy about this. I'm going to start with the hips here. So I'm going to just start kind of like working my way downtown, walking fast, faces past, and I'm homebound. I've actually been doing a lot of posing with Transpose Master in my current like little freelance thing that I'm working on right now. So it's kind of been a nightmare too there. So there we go. So I'm going to actually I want to hide these elements. And I want to just basically start with the hips and kind of work my way down. If you want to, you can use Mask Lasso if you feel like that's easier. I generally kind of prefer that tool these days. There we go. Invert mask. Blur my mask a little bit there. Okay, maybe I want to like come back down a little bit more. There we go. So be careful where my pivot is. And then just basically start subtly kind of rotating and adjusting the model. And this is definitely harder, I think, than it appears sometimes, because like you just gotta like kind of work harder to get like kind of the pose that you want. But usually breaking up the hips like helps like a lot. So I really recommend that for people who are like modeling their characters and posing them. Yeah, it's just like using Transpose Master normally at this point. Like, oops, hang on. Let me kind of reset that there. There we go. Anybody have any questions so far about anything else we showed off today or have talked about so far? Use the move tool for this.
Not yet. I think I'm good for now.
Okay. So for posing, I don't know if we talked about this previously yet, like while we're doing this, like don't go like if you just go on ArtStation and you look at people's stuff, like most posing is not really super intense. Like usually they're like ultimately kind of simple stuff like this where they're just kind of like have the characters. Look, this guy doesn't even have an arm. I'm about to call him out. He doesn't have arms. I don't. Oh no, he does. You can. Oh, it's like barely super blocked out. You know, most of the posing is. Sorry, go ahead.
I think you should start conspiracy theory on his thread anyway.
Look at these crash illustrations. Where was I going with this?
Simple poses like on the far right. I see you, the one with Venom.
This one here.
Yeah, simple pose.
Yeah, like don't go anything too crazy. Just moving the character's arm down and maybe like rotating that character's head is probably fine for the most part. If you want to go like really nuts, I would say, sure, shoot for the moon if you want to, but like just raising the character's head and adjusting the pose a little bit and like maybe just slightly rotating the head is like all you kind of need to do. It doesn't have to be anything too insane. So don't overthink it is basically what I'm getting at. A more crazier pose will definitely look cooler, but it doesn't have to be that way. All right. But yeah, my thought process for this character is like usually I start with the hips, and then I knew in her concept that a part of her face was kind of like her head was like slightly rotated, so I wanted to like get that going. Think about where your camera angle is when you do this too. So meaning like what is going to be your final shot when you kind of render this? Let me go through here. Bam, bam, bam. So I kind of like, I didn't cheat, but I kind of like made my life a lot easier with these arms. Because I basically cut off the frills. They're not actually attached to her shirt, which saves me a lot of time. A lot of headache. Bam. So you got to be careful. So sometimes you're going to like bend stuff and it's going to look really awkward. Like this maybe. I mean, I don't really know what to tell you at that point, other than you got to like brute force it basically, which I know is kind of like maybe like a cop-out answer, but that's just like the reality of the situation. It's just get in there with like the move tool and just kind of like smooth it out a little bit, maybe kind of just move it manually yourself. Again, what matters more is the final presentation. So, use whatever kind of like little tricks that you need to like kind of help make it look good without like breaking the mesh too much. I feel like I'm already doing that a little bit. I'm kind of like losing the mesh a little bit here, but yeah. How much longer should I do this? Does anybody else have any questions?
Not about this, but are we touching on lighting at all today?
Yes, we will be.
Alrighty.
And maybe we'll import some stuff into Unreal, depending on how much time we have left today.
So we might be using Unreal or Marmoset, or we can't use Marmoset this time.
We're going to use I'll use Marmoset. I'm going to do my lighting demo on Marmoset. I'm not going to... You guys probably learn how to use Unreal in your other classes, right? I'm not going to talk about that here.
Unreal lighting is a nightmare.
Yeah, it is a nightmare.
Yeah. Wait.
I was supposed to take a Unreal Engine lighting class, but it got cancelled because nobody wanted to teach it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's lame.
I was miffed.
It's all going to change anyway, when they introduce Unreal 6.
Oh my god.
Or Unreal 5, I mean, with Nanite or whatever.
Something.
Yeah. But yeah, anybody else have any questions?
Nope. Just gotta keep pushing for textures and posing.
Mm-hmm. She has her arm up in my final version, so I'm kind of gonna try and mimic that here as best I can. Nobody else has any questions about posing? I've really, I mean, based on the progress I've seen, I don't know how many people are going to get to posing, but we'll see.
Just when I'm looking at how you're bending the arms, and I see some intersection geometry. Obviously, smoothing that out is going to make it look kind of janky. But do you just accept the intersecting geometry and roll with it?
Where do you see that? Like down here?
Like
and
in the crook, like in the crook of the arm and stuff. I think.
Oh, yeah. Hang on, let me go in there. Okay.
Wait. So if you're gonna pose in ZBrush, you better do it before texturing and baking, right?
No, you want to do it
after
you texture. Yeah.
So it's just gonna be a bit of a nightmare otherwise.
Oh, so is this already the low poly version of your model?
Yes.
Okay, and you re-imported it into ZBrush again?
I literally just did that. Yeah, a few minutes ago.
Sorry. Got it.
Okay. So yeah, for this stuff here, like, I mean, yeah, there's like not really a lot that you can do. You can try to get in there and like just kind of like quickly smooth it out by hand. But like stuff like that, it's probably not going to be a huge deal. Getting in there and smoothing out might be your best bet with some of that stuff though, like that.
And when you pose in ZBrush, do you normally go in and just like do a little bit of muscle deformation as well to kind of sell a bit more, or are you like, nah, screw that?
Yeah, I think depending on how like muscly or it depends on the character for sure. But I mean, I always like really I feel like I always have to go back and kind of tweak my elbows a little bit. So I do a little bit of like anatomy knowledge definitely helps for sure in understanding how the muscles deform. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Whoops. Okay, cool. Anybody else have any questions? She's doing like a weird JoJo pose right now. But if you ever get into a situation where like the character, like you feel like parts of the character are getting too close together, you can always do this. You can go to masking and hit mask. You can hit grow mask, which will grow the mask and then sharpen the mask and then grow the mask and then sharpen the mask, which will automatically kind of grow it for you like that. And then you can kind of just like rotate it. Bam. And kind of fuck with it some more. Yeah, don't make sure your silhouette doesn't get too wonky, all that junk. Oops. You probably want to be really careful with how much you're blurring your masks. So nothing gets too noodly. But yeah, and then there's going to be like really extreme scenarios like this where you're just like, oh my God. All right, here we go. You got to use like inflate. Kind of smooth it out. So you might be thinking, you might be looking at this and be like, wow, this guy's a crazy person for doing this. Yeah, this is how I did it. So not any real secrets to it. And it took me like a couple passes too. I'm not super stoked about this current pose that I have going on here, but it definitely took me a couple passes. So it might take you a couple passes is basically what I'm saying until you're like super happy with it. So then once you're done, you go to Z, because we're still in Transpose Mastery. You want to hit Z plug, Transpose Mastery, T-pose the subtool to go back to your original list of subtools here. And then instead of exporting through the normal view over here, we're going to go to a Z plugin, and we're going to re-export our FBX here. So we'll call it like Helen Whip _ posed. And it'll go through and export everything for us. There you go. And then it is a potentiality that you might run into issues. I will say that I have done this several times, and I have never run into issues with posing my character like this. Whoops, hang on. Let's go back to that other scene. So I'm just going to grab everything here and hit delete, import. Helen Whip posed. There you go. It's going to import. It was supposed to import. File, new scene. Don't know where it all went. File, import. Helen Whip posed. What? Why is it not exporting? C plugin. Export. All subtools. Export. Save. File. Import. Do I need to close and restart Maya? I think I need to close and restart Maya. Uh-oh.
Just use Blender.
I was going to say, I think the problem was you said that you normally never have issues with the importing it. And then it broke.
And then it broke, yeah.
So
Yep, that's
you jinxed yourself. I'm sorry.
Right.
Really, Maya has activated the thing where you use your webcam to record what you're saying now and act on it.
There we go. There's the import window. Maybe the import window wasn't showing, but yeah, there you go. Now it imported the model. So all your materials will break, so you have to reset up your materials a little bit, but yeah, it should be good to go. Hopefully you should run into... I've seen some scary things on Twitter where people have like run into issues where they've lost like all of their UV information while doing this. I have personally never run into that, but I think that if you do, let me know and we could like try to troubleshoot it or something or figure it. Anyway. So yeah, I mean, it takes me a couple of passes for sure. Like, let me show you guys some, maybe I can show you some whips here of like different versions of my pose. So like I said, I usually have a folder here called posing, and I have all different types of versions. So let's just go through them one by one, maybe. So here's me importing the character. Okay, pretty simple stuff so far. It looks like I pulled out her waist. This is what I'm talking about with issues with the posing tool. Like if you use this method, you will get holes in your geometry. I don't even think I realized that until like a certain point later, which is like annoying. So I'm a dumbo. Okay, there we go. All right, so this is a pretty okay pose. Looks like I rotated her head a little bit. I'm kind of digging that. Wow, this looks way better than I just demoed now. Wow. But I still have those giant holes in those meshes, which is like super amazing. So I had to like basically remake my pose, I feel like. Didn't I? I feel like I had to. Like I never got rid of these. Like let's go to like 07 or something. Oh, okay, there we go. Looks like I fixed it or something. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's like if we look at the timestamps on these, 7:43 to midnight. So wow, that was like a long. Wait, no, that midnight's from the other day. So yeah, it looks like I spent like maybe like a couple hours doing the first round of posing, and then like maybe an hour or two after. So yeah, it took me like 3 or 4 hours for my whole posing process inside of ZBrush here. But I did run into problems with that. I had to re-import everything. All right. Anyway, so that's kind of posing in a nutshell. Again, don't do anything too crazy. I think just lowering down your arms and like maybe slightly rotating the head and breaking kind of the staticness of the pose is probably going to be fine. Cool. So Taco's like literally everyone is like probably literally falling out of their chair right now in boredom. So let's take a quick like 5-minute break. Everyone come back at like 10:20. And we can talk about lighting and rendering.
Cool beans.
Okay.
Okay. So I'll see you guys in 5 minutes.
Cool.
拉去的。马航还在客厅，不知道待多久。
Okay. All right, let's import my stuff here. So, sorry, this is going to take me a second to set up. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, quick recording really fast just to reiterate something that I don't want people to be messing up. If you guys are going to be using something like Marmoset to render your textures, make sure that when you import your textures from Substance Painter, that you hit flip Y to flip the Y channel accurately. And then double check to make sure that all your channels here are set up properly for your materials. So make sure you've done that. So I'm going to go through and set up these textures really fast, but I just wanted to point that out because I feel like some people might forget it. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just going through and setting these up. Should have had this prepared. Actually, can I just open my file from my other class? Open scene. No. Fall semester game. 624 module 14. Open. Uh-oh. Hopefully this doesn't take forever. Okay. Okay, let's go to edit scene and material and hit clean up here, clear unused. There you go. I'll just apply the chest material here. So. All right, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so now we're going to set up and talk about how you guys can get some decent lighting and rendering going, if not just in Marmoset, but let's say like any other program of choice, basically, is kind of my goal. with this particular demo. There is some fancy stuff that we'll talk about, like how to make like a glass shader or something, and how to set up like emissive maps and stuff. But basically, these are just some ideas that you want to keep in mind as you're going through. So the unfortunate truth is right now that I don't think you're able to purchase Marmoset 3 anymore. It's only Marmoset 4. So I still have not opened that up and cracked that. I will try to experiment with that this weekend for my other classes and stuff. But I still think whatever we're doing here, you can apply to any other program, basically. And also, additionally, next week we'll try to talk about some Sketchfab stuff also, just because that's another real-time solution that people have access to, potentially. So yeah, this is Marmoset Toolbag. I've got all my stuff set up here. I actually have I have a vignette for my character kind of made. I'm not really expecting people to create a vignette for their characters, so don't feel pressured if you haven't created one. We are just going to basically, we'll mainly be focusing on the character and talking about my principles with this. So let's get into it. So when you open up your character, you're probably going to get, kind of a default scene like this. So the main thing that you need to know about most lighting systems these days is that good ones, or the best ones, are all driven by these HDR skylights, right? So you have a whole bunch of presets here that you can choose. And you can also download and import your main ones, or your own if you wish. These are going to kind of dramatically affect how your character is being lit. Once you get more lights set up, it shouldn't really matter as much anymore. But for right now in the beginning, you might just get some very big changes. Now, the main thing is, though, we want to pick something kind of neutral to start with and then maybe affect it later. So we're going to start with late day field or something similar. And we're just going to set up some lights right now. So also your sky will probably be set to ambient sky. There you go. Something like that. Okay, cool. So let's set up some basic lights here. So we're going to go to scene, add object, light. Now, you might have been taught to do something differently or whatever. Maybe you just want to use directional lights. That's totally fine. I personally do not like using directional lights for lighting because I don't feel like you have as much control as you would if you were just using spotlights. So I'm going to go to scene. We'll start on this side here because this is where my main light is going to be. So I'm going to add a scene, add object, light. And basically we're going to set up a simple 3-point lighting system. Are you all familiar with 3-point lighting?
I believe Javen talked about that at some point.
It's been taught in environment classes.
Okay. 3. Hold on, 3. So yeah, 3-point lighting. If you don't know, is a pretty basic lighting setup where you're going to have like your main key light, which is going to be your main light that's going to be generating all the light. Then you're going to have a fill light, and then you're going to have a back or like a rim light. Now, you can totally break this if you wish, but this is a great way to start and something that I recommend that you, if you don't know what you're doing, try to adhere to something like this. So we're going to set up a standard kind of fill light here. Kind of turn up the brightness maybe a little bit here just to kind of start off with. Then we're going to go to scene, add object, light, and kind of like play with the lighting here. There we go. And then we're going to do, oops, I forgot to assign my helmet here. So bam, there we go. We'll also set up a rim light here. So I'll set it up from mainly this part, but I'm going to probably set up a second one here in a sec. So we're going to go scene, add object, light, scene, add object, light. There we go. And that's going to be our rim. So let's just crank that bad boy up. Now, the thing is, you want to be cognizant of what is happening with your light. So like if you're pointing your lights at the ground and they're creating big highlights, you want to like rotate the lights and manipulate them so they're not really affecting, you know, parts of the scene that you want to take a picture of. You also want to think about overall what your final like framing or lighting is going to be. So I'm going to go to scene, Let's go to scene. Sorry, what am I doing? I'm going to go to in my capture. Wait, no, we want to be in the camera settings. We want to turn on safe frame. So this is going to show you what the safe frame of your camera is, and you can check to see what your settings for your capture settings are going to be by going to capture settings, images, and make sure that you're setting up your viewport here. So I like to take portraits, not landscapes. So I'm going to set mine to the bottom one, which is 2560 by 2048, which is a nice big kind of portrait view. Cool. So we're going to set up something like this. And you want to think about your framing. Now, how you frame your character is going to affect like how your character is perceived, right? So like if you're doing a shot like this, your character is going to feel very powerful and posing. So I'm actually probably going to break what I did from my final render. Initially, I'm just going to kind of pick like a render that looks like this or something. I don't want anything cut off there, but I do want something like this. Don't want any part of the character cut off, so I'm just going to kind of zoom out a little bit here using right click. Cool. So let's just do something like this for right now. So once you've got a few lights set up and you're ready to start working, you're ready to just start manipulating and starting to push how everything's going. So I recommend that you go to your sky or something, and this is probably where you're going to want to change this at this point. This, again, is going to kind of affect how your character is going to be lit. So let's start maybe with Grace Cathedral. I kind of like how the lighting is here. Cool. And so now what we're going to do is we're going to kind of like tweak some of the brightness on our model here. Change like the distance. You can always tweak the distance of the lights so it's like only affecting certain parts, because I don't really want these lights to affect like this stuff here, because this looks really bad in my opinion, even though I made it. Can you believe it? But I want to like, you want to be in control of like what's being lit. Once you have your main camera set up, I recommend that you press Control D to duplicate it and then rename it to Shot Cam or something. And then hold on, let's say that. Let's rename that. Hello? Oh, okay, hang on. Duplicate. Call it Shot Cam. There we go. And then just lock it so that you don't affect it anymore. So you can always go back to your shot cam if you need to. Because I do need to zoom out on my main camera here and like make some adjustments. Another thing I want to do is probably duplicate one of my rim lights here and like move it and tweak the, not the attenuation curve, but the angle. So it's like kind of like that. So I kind of want like a nice kind of like rim light on the side here like that. Especially on my legs maybe. Let's go to my shot cam and see what I got going on. Okay, cool. Kind of digging what I've got going so far. Let's turn up the brightness on my kind of spotlight here. And you can always tweak the attenuation curve if you wish. So maybe I'm not feeling like how it's like pointing directly at this. So I'm going to like kind of grab it and like rotate it a little bit. There we go. So this is also where you can start to set up other materials that you probably need. So let's set up a simple glass shader for my helmet here. So I'm going to take my chest material and I'm going to duplicate it. And I'll call it like chest glass 2 for this particular example because I've already made this, and we'll apply it to here, right? Or to the helmet. So I will apply it to the helmet. So if you want to set up a glass shader, there's a couple ways that you could do it. You could go to transparency and you're going to set it to add, and it's going to look like an additive kind of mirror effect if you wish. That's like totally one way that you can do it. And then you'll tweak the roughness here. Usually if you set up something like this, I recommend that you get off metalness and change it to specularity so you can kind of control the intensity and turn off your metalness map here because you kind of don't need that. And then you can control the roughness to get a more kind of specific effect. And then changing the color tint here won't affect it here. But if you do change it, instead of transparency, you want to use refraction. Refraction will actually kind of mimic the idea that it's actually like a mirrored surface or like some type of see-through surface, and so it'll kind of mirror like how light reflects through light, or like how objects reflect through light like that. And this is where you can really tweak the specularity and the roughness to get like a pretty specific effect. And you can also tint it here as well with the color map here. So that's like how you can set up like a simple glass shader or something. If you want to, also you can create a new kind of Unreal template here. And whoops, not titanium, but you can make a emissive material because I want his eyeball to glow. That's something simple that I did in the final render. So I'm going to change my emissive to just emissive here and crank it up and probably turn off, change the glow to white as well, which is just going to basically glow. Find the eyeball in my list here, select it, and then click this button to apply the eyeball material there. And there you go. And then I can control it here. Don't need metalness really at this point. You can probably just turn that off. You know, all that jazz. So this is where you can start to apply more cheat shaders or cheat things that you're going to add to your final character, basically.
What if you add like a VFX around the character? Would that be possible or not really?
Like what kind of VFX?
Like fire or something.
It's not really possible to generate that type of stuff in Marmoset. You can generate it and paint it and bake it to a plane and then import that, but it's not, you can't like make a VFX.
Not like Unreal Engine, yeah.
Yeah, not like Unreal. Cool. So let's go back to my shot cam to make sure everything's looking good. Okay, cool. I'm kind of pleased with everything. I'm not super thrilled about this highlight here, but we can always adjust it later. Now, something else I recommend you do with your lights before you move on here is, you probably want to name them. So let's like name this like fill. This is our key. And this is our fill light here. And then this is rim 1. And then this is rim 2. Another thing that I really recommend you do with your lights is if you zoom onto these shadows here, you see how these shadows have some very harsh edges? We don't want that. So if we click on my key light here and change the width. Oh, wait, why is it not? What is this guy coming from? Is that coming from this guy? Oh my God, why is he so bright? Turn that guy down. Thank you. Good thing I caught that. Go over here. But what that's going to do is going to turn your light into more like capsule shapes, and it's going to really soften those shadows. So you get more like it'll like mimic the idea that a diffuse box or something is around the light in like a real studio lighting setup, so you don't get like crazy sharp shadows. Really useful for that, in my opinion. So I really recommend that you tweak that just to help kind of soften all the shapes. Oh, this is like way too bright now. There we go. I also recommend that you turn on contact refinement on all your lights so you get more accurate shadow casting on everything. And in my opinion, you want to avoid situations like this where like the light is like kind of awkwardly getting cut off here. So I'm going to actually increase the spotlight angle a little bit so it kind of encapsulates the entire character. There we go. Cool. And again, let's turn on contact refinement. So it's like pretty subtle, but you can see on the sword here and on the shoulder pad, if I turn that on, you get a more accurate shadow reading. Where's that other rim? Here it is. Turn on contact refinement. Yeah. So I don't know what they teach you in other classes. I don't know what they teach you anywhere else. You might be tempted to add a little color to your lights. I personally don't live that life. No real reason why. Honestly, probably because I'm a little afraid of it. But I don't like to add color to my lights. I like to use just white lights. I know it's like totally valid that you can add white lights to, or you can add color to lights and stuff, but I personally do not do it myself. I just don't think it looks as good. And normally your skylight here will give you a lot of color and kind of a natural fill light way anyway, in my opinion. So that's just my take. It's going to be up to you. So as you start to develop more of your lights, your character is probably going to start to, like I said, it's going to act more of a fill, and it's going to dramatically change like how your character is going to look or whatever. You also ideally want to start thinking about how you're going to present your character in your final kind of presentation, because you don't want to put a brightly lit subject or like a bright subject on a bright background. You want to put a bright character on a dark background, or a dark subject on a light background. So keep that in mind. So I think for this guy, I'm actually going to go with something a little bit brighter for right now. Cool. So now that you've got more of this starting to get set up and you've got contact refinement on and all this other jazz, we can start to, let's go to my shot cam here. We can get into the real nitty gritty of the rendering. So in your shot cam settings, we're going to unlock the camera right now. Once you got more of your lights set up, I really recommend you change your tone mapping from linear to Hejl, Hejl. It's going to be really subtle, but what this is going to do, it's basically going to tone map HDR values to your like monitor, and it's going to give you a better range, like a much better range for lighting. So it might make your scene overall darker, but when you go in to turn up that key light again, your materials are going to start really popping, in my opinion. It's going to start looking very cinematic. It's going to start looking very professional. So I really recommend you switch it from, so this is what it looks like before. And if I change it back to Hejl here, just, it looks and reads so much nicer, in my opinion. So we're going to change, I'm going to change the main camera here from linear to Hejl. There we go. It's just going to look way nicer. And we're just going to keep tweaking stuff. Not super fan of like this light scene that's going on my thing here, so I might like rotate my kind of fill light and move it up. There we go. Let's go back to the shot cam here. There we go. And then we can crank up these rim lights again. So that's going to be a big thing that I recommend. Once you got more and more of your textures like really defined, that's going to help a ton. Then you'll like kind of go through and you'll just start picking like backgrounds and stuff that you might think look good. So I think for this guy, I end up using Berlin kind of like font underpass, and like Grace Cathedral was also another one that I kind of switched between. Or you could try to do Tokyo. You know, they all have interesting stuff. I'm going to stick with Berlin underpass as kind of my main one here because I like kind of the highlights that it's got going on. It kind of reminded me of like, again, something spooky. Anybody have any questions so far?
I've got a question about textured lighting, and if you know of a way to introduce that into a scene.
What do you mean texture lighting, like a cookie or whatever, or?
No, I mean, well, it could be. No, like, kind of like if light is coming through leaves, you get the shadow pattern from that, right?
Yeah, so like that's what they're called, right? Cookie.
I did not know they were called cookies.
You can do that in a gel, right? Is that what it's called?
I don't know. You are. I have no information on how to do this at all. I was wondering if you did.
Okay. Thank you, blender.com. Just going to steal that. Go to my desktop here. Open. Yep, there you go.
Interesting. All right.
Yeah.
There you have it. Thank you.
For sure. Anybody else? Any questions?
This is your quad version, yeah? Your quad model, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not. It should, yeah. Like I pose the quad version of my characters. The triangulation is just more for like ease of baking and stuff.
And for gaming part, animation parts, but
yeah. Oh, I mean, you want to have a quad version that you're going to give to the animators. They can't use their triangulated version. All right. So at this point, though, as you continue to tweak stuff, you might need to like go through and like maybe tweak your background color and stuff. Usually, you might end up turning down the brightness of your HDR light because it's like kind of getting in the way or it's not adding enough. Like, you'll need to tweak it. You can always use shift right click to kind of adjust the background and stuff. I'm going to kind of leave it here. It is going to create like a bunch of stuff on my kind of like plane over here, but we're going to go through and fix that with some of the final additive effects. I'm just going to split up this video so it doesn't take forever. So let's split up the video. So stop recording. So once you've got more of your light set up here, or your scene like relatively good to go, you know, maybe you want to like quickly kind of like quietly like rotate your camera or character a little bit to kind of get that final better setup here. But let's go through on your main shot camera here. Let's get through all the different stuff that you want to kind of like tweak and set up additionally as well. So tone mapping is the big one that I talked about previously. You can also turn on some other stuff as well. You can turn on a vignette if you wish. You can turn up the film grain. Like these are all basically free effects that you can get. There's also bloom. I personally don't really like to use bloom, but you know, maybe you want to add like a little tiny bit. I don't know. I usually turn that off. And you can tweak the size. Oh my God. All right, I'm just going to turn that off. One thing that you might want to turn on is depth of field. That's really going to add a lot maybe to your scene. So I recommend that if you turn it on, you're going to have to tweak a bunch of sliders. So first thing is the focus distance. You want to tweak where this guy is going to show up, like what's actually going to be in focus. So kind of get close to your character like that. And then turn down the near far blur. You know, you're going to tweak it a little bit there. There we go. Maybe something like that. And the issue is, the reason why I wanted to do this is because I have a bunch of stuff in my background that I don't really want anybody to like actually be seeing. So I do want to kind of increase the blurriness a little bit back there. Because again, I just want it to feel like a graveyard, not necessarily like, I don't want to actually draw attention to those elements because I didn't really spend a ton of time on them. So there we go. Turn down the NURB. Yeah, there you go. Okay, that was getting blurry, and then there we go, like that. Cool. So that will definitely help quite a bit. Now the other settings that you're going to want to start tweaking to get better screenshots are going to be in the render gear icon here. So let's go through those really fast. So once you start setting up your character and you're getting everything ready to capture, this is where you're going to start capturing images and renders of your character. So I'm just going to hit capture image, which is going to capture an image to my desktop. So here we go. Here's screenshot 1. And it looks okay. You know, it's probably fine. I could probably continue to tweak it. Maybe I need to add more rim lights or something. I'm not really a fan of like how flat this is on the side and how flat this is looking here. So I might add some more rims there. So in the capture settings folder, this is where you can control where all your captures are being taken and where they're being sent to. I think so. Wait, capture. Oh, wait, no, that's just the settings of the actual image. If you want to control your preferences, this is where you control where the sky data is built and also where the output is set. So by default, I'm sending all of my images to my desktop, which is fine. So, yeah. So like I said, I usually set everything to just a nice image. I don't usually turn up the sampling any more than 16 because I just don't feel like it's necessary, but I'm sure you could crank it up if you want to. And transparency, I actually don't want to use transparency because I like to use the kind of like the Sky Dome HDR image as kind of like my natural background. And also what I like to do with that, instead of using the kind of like ambient sky, I actually like to set it to blurred sky and crank that blur like way up and control it. So I get kind of like, instead of a solid color, I get more of like a kind of like natural background basically to my scene. So I like to use the kind of background of the sky dome to the HDR to kind of fill my scene a little bit. Okay. Cool. Trying to figure out what's a good spot. Probably maybe something like this, maybe. All right.
Do you try? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Do you try to like match the light for the sky itself with the lights that you put in the scene?
What do you mean?
Like, okay, you have your key lights and your 3-point lighting and all that stuff, right? Do you try to have the background look as if like there's an actual light shining on it? Like
you
the
mean
natural light?
like my rim light over here? Like I have the rim lights from over here casting lights this way, you mean? Something like that?
Something like that, yeah.
Not really. It's not really something I think about when I'm setting up my background. I just try to choose a background that's not too distracting, basically. Like something like this is like kind of distracting, right? So I just try to set up something that kind of has like a nice moodiness to it without going like crazy.
Okay.
So nobody's really brought that up to me. It's not really something I think about. So yeah, back to the render settings here. This is where you can kind of control all the final rendering output settings that you have. So if you want to get really nice quality screenshots, first thing I recommend you do is turn up your shadows to ludicrous. That will give you much better lighting and much better shadows. Now, instantly, as soon as I do this, my computer's going to start to kind of lag because these processes are going to start taking a ton of extra processing power. You can also turn on global illumination, which is like going to give you a very nice effect on some of your metals. You might want to turn this down or up depending on how, like, this is what it looks like. I'll turn all the way up, but then if you turn all the way down, like, then I get to control like how much more of the effect looks on my ground here, so it looks a lot nicer back there in my opinion. So I turn up my shadows to ludicrous, turn on my wireframe, or not turn on my wireframe, but I usually turn on GI and I just turn up my shadows resolution to ludicrous. If you feel like Marmoset is getting a little too hard to handle, you can click this mode to enter the viewport rocket mode, which will like turn off a bunch of viewport settings for you. So you can like quickly preview between the two. I don't really like how bright it is on my sword though, so I'm gonna like turn that like all the way down a little bit. The next one is resolution. If you want to take really nice screenshots, you want to probably double your final output resolution. And then you can go to capture image or just hit F11. And you will get a much crisper looking screenshot in my opinion. That looks pretty nice. So let's just crank. I'll just drop that in here for you guys to look at. And then you can just click this rocket button again to kind of like go back to the main settings, or to like go back to normal mode. And you can add more lights now at this point if you need to. So we go to my main camera here. I can start to like do what I said earlier, which is like add a few more rim lights here. So just like duplicate this. Maybe add like a rim light over here maybe. So like I said, this is where you like fake it. Like this is where you start to like get the effect that you want on your character. don't trip too much about like things looking like physically accurate or anything like that. Like you want to get the best looking thing, the best looking results. This is also where you can start to like set up like other things. Oh, I didn't do that. So this is right now my basic hair shader setup, but let's duplicate this and create a hair shader. So let me show you guys with that. I think I talked about this previously, but this is where you can apply like not subsurface scattering, but if your character does have subsurface scattering, this is really where you want to, make sure you have all that information turned on. But let's go to turn on anisotropic and tweak the anisotropic shader here. Change this to specularity. There you go. So you can tweak the anisotropic shader. Yeah, and then you just keep adding on more of these adjustments. You keep playing with your lights. You keep taking snapshots. So let's take another snapshot here. So usually I have a whole folder of just images. You can set up other shots too. Like if you want to, like you can just, duplicate your shot cam here and take like a close-up or something if you want that nice close-up image. And then so once you have your basic kind of snapshots, we can go into Photoshop here or whatever other editing program that you use. And then I'm just done. I'm done at this point. I don't do any tweaking in Photoshop. I'm not about that life either. I hate Photoshop. What is in the engine is what I show, is my philosophy. So I'll take my snapshot 2 here, set up my crop. Depending on what I need to do now. So I will. Usually what I do these days, and you might have a different branding method that you use, but for me personally, I just fill the bottom part of my layer. And just type in my name, Patrick Hillstead. I like to put my website and my Gmail on these, so people always have a way to contact me. You just never know who is going to find your work. Let's call this like, yeah. What's my email? There we go. phillstead@gmail.com. That's usually what I just do. I mean, your branding can be whatever you want it to be. I'm not going to tell you. I think you absolutely should have your name on your images. I don't think that's like for me as an artist, it's like non-negotiable personally. Like even something simple like this, where it's just like a simple overlay of text and color information, that's like totally cool. What is that from? Project Power, Frank. But yeah, I don't usually stray from that type of stuff. Like I usually just do this. I didn't put the concept artist on here, but for my knight character, I totally did. So I recommend that you, if you can, also credit the concept artist or something if it's possible. Yeah, you never know who's going to save these images. You never know who's going to find them. So for me personally, I almost always put my name on them and stuff. Another example is what Mercurial Forge does, or what Oliver does. I kind of like how he does it versus like this lady. He just puts his name and the year and his website. So As long as you just have some nice like way that people can figure out who did it in your information.
Or you watercolors it on top of it because no one can like Photoshop it that much.
Yeah.
Because most of the people still art still.
There's a lot of bad stuff out there, yeah. Cool. So what I'm looking for your final is like a nice, hopefully like shot like this. If your character isn't posed, that's fine. As long as you have like some materials and some lighting, that's okay. Like show me progress on that by the final, so I can feel confident that you'll get it or whatever. Save scene as.
Okay, one view shot. Okay.
Yeah, if you need a refresher on what I'm looking for, like go to game 340 and hit final turn-in requirements. So yeah, what I'm going to be looking for is a beauty or at least a beauty or a 3/4 render of your character. So let me show you guys. Somebody left. I hope they come back. Let's go to game 340 module. Whoops, King Arthur challenge. What am I looking for? King Arthur.
Screenshot of the breakdown wireframe. Oh.
Final output. So I'm looking for a shot like this. That's like your nice beauty shot. Okay. You can totally have other shots if you want to, like I just demonstrated. These are just like the same lighting setups. I just rotated them like 30 degrees or 40 degrees or whatever, depending on how I needed to light the character. You can totally give me a close up if you wish. I would like a screenshot of your high poly as well, so please make sure you turn that in also. And I can talk about how to render a screenshot like this if you need to inside of ZBrush, but really it can just be a nice high quality screen grab. And I want to see something like this where you show me your texture sheet layouts.
For the wireframe, how do you want it? Because I was looking through it.
Just something like this is fine.
Okay, so you just add the texture on top.
Yeah. This is if you don't know how to turn on the wireframe, you can totally do it for free instead of Marmoset.
I was going to ask that question.
Yeah, I was like, please don't make any of that reference yet.
So yeah, if you click on the render button and click on wireframe, you can see the wireframe. So let me save this scene. I can show you guys how I set up those other scenes really fast.
I thought it was going to be this really difficult way of getting the wireframe, and then you just like did it within like a couple seconds. Mind blown.
You just click a button. Yeah.
Does it go all the way to gray or just leaves like halfway?
You can change the color here. So if you want it to be like blue or whatever. Don't pick something obnoxious. I just do black.
No, but like for the character, make them all gray. Just put it.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty simple. I just turn off the albedo maps on all my textures.
Okay, that's what we do.
Does Marmoset have a thing where you have like several slices of the same image where it shows albedo, wireframe, like that? I think I've seen that before somewhere.
It doesn't, but you can get that with the viewer file. So
gotcha.
Yeah, which I can also show. But let me load up the. Okay, I just saved this, right? Yeah. Okay. So file.
Asking all of the questions.
That's totally fine. I get it. You guys are curious. King Arthur. Where's my rendering scene? There it is. Rendered. We know render scenes. And then, so I usually have a couple different files that I set up for this. So let's just do the gray wires. So open. No. Okay, yeah. So this is me setting up my vignette and stuff. So presentation. So I usually have just the character lined up like this. So turn on presentation there. So I just like have a couple. Okay, these are my presentation lights. Okay, and then we go to the presentation shot here. So yeah, it's just a simple picture of the character like this with my wireframe turned on. So what you can do is what I did is I took a picture. I just captured an image like this. So I went to my settings. I just hit capture image. What that'll do is you'll just take a picture of the background like this, which looks cool. It's just got like some cool noise on it or whatever. And then what I did in my capture settings, I turned transparency on so that when I turn on a character or I turn on one of my characters, I can go to capture image. And it will give me just a render of the character on a flat with no background. And then I just comped. Let's go back to Photoshop here. Do I have that open still? Yeah. And then I just comped them together like this. So this is that background I captured. So then I'll just turn off the front and I'll turn on the back view and I'll go to capture image with transparency turned on. And then go to these are my two captures, so just grab these, Control C, Control V, Control C, Control V, and then I'll just comp them together like this. And that saves me like a lot of time. So I don't have to like render a bunch of images. So you can totally like use transparency to your benefit in this scenario. Cool. So yeah, that's like that's a way that you can set those up. And yeah, these materials here that I set up for these, they're nothing special. I just turned off the metalness and the albedo, so it's just the normal information and just a gray color basically, just so you can see the wireframe. Now, if you want to, you can also set up a Marmoset viewer file, which Artie was asking about. So let's split that up into a separate video. Because that might be a little bit more complicated. So let me open that other scene here. No. So. Man, look at that roughness map. Look how much that adds. So important. Anyway, okay. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so let's talk about how to quickly maybe set up a Marmoset viewer, because you guys are probably also going to have questions about that. So I will say, I feel like the Marmoset viewers have kind of fallen out of style a little bit, in my personal opinion. Mainly because, A, people have figured out that you can just rip the models. So that's like a safety concern. But another thing is that just like they don't look as good as like the actual renders and engine. And like, I think even Sketchfab can look a little bit better than the Marmoset viewers, in my opinion. So just because the viewers are so limited by what they can show off. So I'm going to turn down some of my settings here. Let me save that actually. So when I give you guys this file, it doesn't take forever to open. So let's hit save. Because when you go to File, Export, Marmoset Viewer, it's going to give you a bunch of warnings at the bottom here. Like, hey, you can only have 3 shadow casting lights. You can't have secondary reflections, and area lights are not supported. So you need to pick and choose like which lights that you want to cast shadows. So I actually just end up deleting some of my lights that I don't need, because I rather them just not be there rather than like them not cast shadows. So I have my key, my fill, and my rim light here. And then all of these area lights that I have shape added to them, they're going to be just turned into flat lights. So that's fine. I'll just turn those back to 0 here. So just by already cleaning some of that up, that's going to reduce this. So if I go to export Marmoset viewer, it's going to say, hey, secondary reflections are not exported. So I think that means like my anisotropic shader and some of my other stuff are going to break. So I need to keep that in mind. And then you just set this up. So you just name it like Gawain V1 author Patrick Hillstead, baby. Link it to your website. So if you're importing this onto, if you're going to export this and put this on Marmoset Toolbag, or sorry, put this on ArtStation, there's actually a limit that how much you can upload to ArtStation with this. I think if you pay for Pro, which is like $100 a year, the limit is 50 megabytes, which is a lot. But if you don't pay for Pro, then the limit is like kind of small, like really small. So you're going to need to play with your texture settings, your export settings here. Because if I like to personally export with lossless normals, but that will definitely increase the file size. So we'll just leave the textures on high for right now and hit export here. It's going to take a second to export, which it just did. I forgot to rename the file here, but here you go. Here's the file, and then it'll open up. If you have Marmoset Viewer installed, you have this, like Marmoset Toolbag installed. There you go. So we have our file here. So yeah, it doesn't look anywhere near as good in my opinion. I don't know what's up with the GI and stuff, but yeah, this is what you'll get. And then what you'll be able to, and then what you can do is like do this, and then you can just take a snapshot of this, and you get like a. You can do that, but as far as I'm aware, it's not able to generate one of those like cool views where you like overlay all your textures together and then mask them. This is just, I've seen this on people's portfolios though, where they do this. I personally don't like that though. I just put in some nice high quality screenshots, guys. Like, don't overthink it. So let's see how big this file size is on this. This is already 22 megabytes. So probably gotta turn it down a little bit. Let me show you in my other scene really fast. Open scene. Yes. Okay. Oh yeah, I have a viewer setup file here, so viewer setup. No. So this is my viewer file setup that I created. It's kind of like basically the same thing. But I just added an alpha to the ground plane, so it wasn't a huge deal. And that's just a simple like gradient circle. It's not anything crazy. So you might have to create a separate renderer file for just exporting a Marmoset viewer file. Cool. Anybody have any questions?
Nope, seems right.
Okay.
Just wanted to point out that if you have a student email account, you can sign up for ArtStation Pro for half price. And that will stay until you cancel your subscription.
Oh, nice.
So if you just let it renew every year, you'll get half price Pro until you stop.
Nice.
That is good to know.
Yeah, I think I got in on when it was like super cheap when they first started offering it. It was like $75 a year, and I've kind of been grandfathered in on that price. But yeah. And then yeah, just go to your portfolio, and I have a whole bunch of like class examples here that I've created. I'm just gonna trash some of these. And then you can just hit create new project here. Yeah, you have to. It's a separate. Yeah, up to 50 megabytes. So yeah, we can do embed Sketchfab maybe next week and stuff. But yeah, they give you a bunch of tips here, and I think Andrew from my last guides. That's not what I meant. Oh, there you go. ArtStation best image results. How do I get the best quality of images on ArtStation? This is probably a good guide if you want to read that and get really good results on ArtStation. Basically, I don't do this, which I probably should, but you export for web and make sure you keep everything to size. You know, just basically nice square images will work best. Okay. Yeah, anybody else have any questions or anything?
I I think that means people understand.
Okay, cool. So let's stop recording. All right, so I want to keep talking more about presentation, and I do want to show off Sketchfab and Unreal and stuff, but I want to make sure that I answer questions that you guys have about baking and texturing if you're running into those. So I saw that some people did have questions, so I want to answer them today while we still can, because I don't know what we're going to be doing next week. Some people are some people are uploading the wrong week. That's fine. Don't you guys are the only class that has trouble uploading to the correct week. I don't know what's going on. Okay.
Be on your toes.
Yeah, I love it. I love it when you guys keep me on my toes. Thanks, everybody. Okay.
You're welcome. You wouldn't know what to do without us, messing with the weeks and all that stuff.
Let's look up.
Okay, yeah, because I wanted to take a look at Armin's here. Okay, yeah, so you got some aliasing issues going on. Let's just go ahead and grab this copy.
Resolution you have to play with a lot on the substance pair thing.
Yeah. Did you bake these in you baked these in Marmoset, right, Armin?
Yeah.
Okay, let's cancel the download here. Let me just download these one by one. Okay. Why am I so tired? I don't know what is going on right now. File, new scene. Okay. So you had some issue. Okay, these are triangulated. Okay. You have a version that's untriangulated, right?
Yep.
Okay, good. Okay. Oh, it looks like you got some. Oh, those are from the costume. Okay, cool. All right, let's close this stuff here. No.
I don't know. Maybe I have to insert some edge loops.
Yeah. So let me take a look at your screenshots again. Okay. You're talking about little problems like that. Let's do a bake and see what it looks like first. So let's go to file, new scene, baker, load, downloads, open Sesame. Oh. Bing. Brandon Longji never showed up, right? Okay. This is taking a second to load. That's fine. All right. It's okay. We just gotta wait.
Christmas event for Animal Crossing.
Oh, has it started? Today's the 11th, right?
Yeah, it is.
Nice. Okay. Cool. So turn off the high poly here. Looks like you got your naming right. Yeah. Okay. So I can kind of see that looks like some type of triangulation issue maybe there, but let's do a quick test bake. So fall semester game 340 module 14. Open. I'm just gonna do normals, and we'll do 2K right now. So hit bake. Sorry, I was gonna take a second. I'm looking at something else right now. Did you guys watch the Game Awards last night?
Oh yes, Master Chief in Fortnite.
Oh wow, Master Chief in Fortnite, Pog. There were some cool games that got shown off for sure.
And then we got Sephiroth.
Yeah,
that was the best thing ever that we did.
There's lots of cool indie games too. Basically, my point of this class is like, I want you guys to be like skilled enough that you can potentially do what I do, which is just freelance, right? I mean, it'd be great if you could get a studio job, but I want you. That's like part of my goal is that I teach you guys enough that you can potentially get out there and start freelancing on your own. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so we're taking a look at our Armin's here just to hopefully fix some stuff. Gonna hit preview on this. Okay, yeah. So you're talking about this stuff right here, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so there's a couple issues that are going to be causing this. The main thing probably is you can try to tweak the offset, right, which you've already done quite a bit.
Yeah, like. I did it, but it didn't work.
Yeah. So another thing that we could try is let's double check our UVs here. So if we click on this guy and we open this up, the UVs here are not the best.
Yeah.
So we can fix that though by making sure we delete our history. Let's grab everything and make sure we hit freeze transforms. And if you just grab this shell and then hit Control U, you should get a much more efficient layout than what that was by default. So usually these issues come down to UVs. So if these are mirrored on top of each other?
Yeah.
Okay, so now we can just delete this guy and mirror.
Yeah, I forgot to combine.
Okay, it's fine. There you go. So make sure you freeze your transforms on your models and then just press Control U and it should give you an okay result. Oh yeah, look at these. These are also mirrored, I'm going to assume.
No, they're just one piece. Yeah.
Oh really? Okay, nice. Let's grab. This is all the dress stuff, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, is this the entire UV sheet? Oh wait, no, it's like all this stuff here. Oh, okay, I see. Oh, I see. Okay, that was kind of like packed in there. All right. Mm-hmm. I mean, another thing that we could do is we could just increase the size of the texture sheets also, like the UV shells. So like, don't be afraid to rotate them a little bit. We might need to play with this a little bit more now. So like, let's turn symmetry off. UV shell mode, bam. Let's kind of move these out of the way and then move these guys over here. Probably scale them up a little bit, just like a tiny bit. Probably have room for that. And then this is like the inside of the dress. So parts like that, I'm not super concerned about. We can probably just like hide these somewhere where they take up less space. So I'm going to do a little bit of rearranging. I'm going to do a little Tetrising in here. Actually, let's get these out of the way. Let's like try to fix these. Let's just grab all these guys and press Control U on them.
So that was the problem of the UV?
Yes. Part of it is the UVs, yeah. So this guy looks like it's stacked on top of each other. Some of them are mirrored, it looks like, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I don't know which ones are mirrored or not.
I guess and that's only one file. It's not mirrored. I just cut them into the pieces.
Oh, okay. So yeah, let's just do that. Let's just grab these guys and hit Control U on them. We can probably like more effectively maybe like lay these out too. So let's like hide everything except this. Control H. Your UVs seem pretty good. I mean, the only thing is like this guy is like kind of like the big issue. Because there's a lot of not wasted space, but like we can pack these a lot more efficiently, I feel like. This is what you guys like. You guys like to watch me pack UVs?
It's been an entire weekend doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, just watching you, not actually doing it myself.
Okay.
Quick question. So, for in my UVs, you get this get and set functionality, right? To make sure all your stuff has the same density.
And get then you and have set.
Yeah. Are you familiar with that?
No.
It's basically you make something that has a UV density that you like, and you hit get or set, whatever, and then you select everything else and hit the other one, and then it makes it all have the same density.
That's a script, or that's like a functionality in Maya?
No,
that's a Maya thing.
In Maya.
What? What is that under? Modify?
Go to your UV toolkit. It'll be under the transform.
I think it's transform. Yeah, get and
then scroll down. Text and density. You can tell it what map size it is and such.
Wow. I did not know that.
Yeah, it's pretty useful.
Agreed.
But so I've been messing around with the auto layout. It's got a lot better, but the problem is it'll resize your crap.
Yes. And you can tell it not to, I believe, by going to the...
Yeah. There's like a checkbox.
Oh, that's what I was about to ask. Like, is there a way to turn that crap off? Because what's even the point?
You want to make sure that shell prescaling is set to preserve 3D ratios. Oh, wait, no. Layout will change your scale. Wait, no. I mean, you can turn off shell prescaling so that it doesn't affect your shell size.
Yeah, I don't want it to affect my shell size. I mean, I've already spent all that effort and time getting it.
Yeah. We can also tell, like, if we don't want to manually pack all these by hand, another quick trick that you could do, everybody, I don't know if you guys knew about this, but you can grab all these and tell them to pack to the top left of your UV shell here and hit apply.
Ew.
And it should it'll take a second, but I don't know if this is gonna work, but we'll see.
I know you can change the amount of iterations it does.
Yeah, if you want this to take, if you don't want it to take forever.
No, I want it.
There's also the stack ability too, which it kind of helps you at least get all of them together. What is it? Stack and orient.
Yeah, but then now you get jank bakes out of it.
Yeah, it doesn't do all the work for you, but it at least gets you, makes sure that you have like all of your shells in one place. Because I've done that before, where I'll have a model and I'll be onto texturing and then realize that I had a shell that didn't make it to the 0 to 1.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
SpaghettiOs.
Sorry, this is packing. I gotta check something. Okay, this is delivered already. Oh god, I gotta go grab that. Okay.
An easy way to check if you get all your stuff in shells. So if you turn on the grid inside the UV editor itself, and then just see if the UV editor is on anywhere off 1-to-1 grid or 0-0.
That's why you use camera base to create all your UVs at the start. So you make sure that everything is in the. Or you're talking about if everything's on the same UV shell, you mean?
Yeah, because in case you have little stragglers you miss, like oopsie daisy.
Sometimes that doesn't happen to me. Honestly, it wasn't until like last year that I felt like I got way faster at UVing because. Wait, when was last year? Was 2020?
This year's 2020.
He's wishing that it wasn't 2020 though. Clearly.
Did I work? Sorry, I'm just thinking out loud. Okay, no, I did work for what's they're called last year. Okay. Because I had to work for this company in 2018 and they just needed stuff so fast. And it was so like, can you just UV this stuff and create an AO map for us? And I was like, okay. And that was like my whole job with them. And I just got so fast at UVing because of that. So that's where I kind of picked up stuff like how to lay them out and like surfaces like this. So anyway,
that's actually really useful.
Yeah. Can we unwrap this? Yeah. So some of these are just kind of like wonkily unwrapped. Probably really easy fix though. Yeah. Generally, there's a couple things that will fix your problems. I think just not just Armin, but like everybody in general, is make sure, you unwrap things to their full extent if possible. And then also like UV size has a lot to do with it too, but then you can also crank up the resolution on your renders. Did you do that, Armin?
No.
Okay, so I'm just gonna scale these down for this specific example, but
So, Patrick, do you recommend then like baking maybe at like a higher resolution than we're actually doing textures and then just down resing?
Yes.
Okay.
I said that, didn't I, when I did my bakes?
Yeah.
If you didn't say it today, I have no recollection beyond like 9 a.m. this morning.
Okay, so do I. But so do I. But I definitely did.
Oh yeah.
You should always bake like as high as you can.
Yes.
Get as baked.
Yes, get as baked as high as you can, as fast as you can.
And it's like it's definitely frustrating sometimes to wait that long for stuff, but like it's worth it. Like it will look so much nicer. Yours took 2 hours? Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
6 hours. 6 hours.
6 hours to bake?
Jesus.
Yeah. To get the perfect bake. To get the perfect resolution.
What resolution are you baking at? It shouldn't take 6 hours.
32K.
Remember we had that problem with the little particle parts in some parts of the UVs. So we had to clean it.
I imagine that your rig is like pedal powered or something.
Yeah, you'll see it. It's the most it's the resolution. There was another one we had to put in, but it took 6 hours. So.
Oh my god, I've never had anything take that long.
But it looked really good. It actually really looks good.
Okay, that's good at least, as long as it's worth it.
The cool thing, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do other homework to do, and while it does 6 hours of wait for this shit.
Yeah. The cool thing about using Marmoset is that if you just re-export your low poly over your old low poly, it should just update automatically for you, and you shouldn't lose a ton of like cage adjustments or anything. But yeah, just to reiterate, I'm gonna wait for this to load. You want to, like I said, you want to bake at double the resolution, and that will hopefully fix some of the issues that we're seeing here, like the aliasing and stuff. So if your final output is going to be 2000, if it's going to be 2048 by 2048, you want to bake at least 4096 by 4096. And then even then, you want to crank up the anti-aliasing. So we rearranged our UVs, which fucked up the bake a little bit. But if we go back to the baker settings here, right now it's baking at 2048. So let's just do a new bake to kind of fix everything. Okay, come on. Marmoset, you got this. I believe in you.
Marmoset collects such shit. I've been messing around with Marmoset, and I found it a lot faster to, if I'm messing with textures in Photoshop, to just export to Photoshop and actually use that in there. Does that jank up your final renders at all, or can you just literally just plug Photoshop files directly in there?
Oh, yeah, you can plug Photoshop files directly into Marmoset, yeah.
Okay.
I've done it before.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so here you go. So it looks a little bit nicer now.
Yeah, it's much better.
So the main thing is make sure you're unwrapping your UVs a little bit more efficiently. But then to make it a lot better in your baker settings here, you want to change the resolution to 2048. Let's just do the dress part because that's going to take forever. So
yeah.
Turn up the dress to like 2048 at least. Honestly, I've done bakes at 8K, and then I also crank the samples to at least 16x. But I have done bakes that are like 8K, 64x, and they take forever. But like you said, it's worth it. But then if we hit bake on this, like, oh, there we go. So yeah, you don't even see those issues anymore, really.
Yeah.
It's a little bit more noticeable here. What's up with these guys? Do we have to adjust the cage a little bit now, or? Huh. Is this? Let's go take a look at your UVs here. Nope, they're softened. So yeah, it could be like maybe you need to add an extra edge loop in here. That's like a final resort if you need to. Is like a thing that could be going on. I don't know why it looks that bad. I mean, you could also try painting the. This is going to be really bad. You could try painting the skew to be sharper. Oh, that does like nothing. Never mind. I thought that would do something at least. I bet like increasing the. I mean, here, let's go see. Let's go to your UVs. Let's go back to your UVs here.
Would it be simpler to bake as normals?
What?
The patterns on the skirts.
These dresses? Yeah, I mean, it could be, but like, I'm worried that it's going to look really. For me personally, I feel like they raise so far off the surface. They would like. It wouldn't look as good in my opinion.
Gotcha.
I think there's a couple ways that this could be solved. You can once you adjust the UVs, we can make these UVs way bigger. Like we could probably like go up to like this size at least, and take up a lot more room.
Give me our own 1K texture sheet.
Yeah, and then go to the dress here. Oh, we totally forgot about all these guys. If it's simpler, what you could do, yeah, you could try splitting the upper part of the dress on its like own sheet, and then the bottom part of the dress on like its own sheet. Or you could put this whole dress, like just these parts of the dress, on their own sheet, and then put this guy and then these people on their own sheet. So I maybe split them up, because like this would be simpler to pack, in my opinion.
All right. So increase the size.
Yeah, try to adjust the size, like fix up the unwrapping. And then my last recommendation would be to take the actual dress, like all these elements, maybe put that on its own sheet. And then I don't know what this green stuff is. These are like the sleeves here. You can probably put this these guys with the green stuff. If that makes any sense. So yeah. I would put the hair
with the body
on its own sheet. I would not put it with the rest of the stuff. So that's a lot of texture sheets for sure, but we're kind of reusing them just because the hair it will just look nicer in my opinion, and you'll be able to control it more.
So I need to have more texture sheets.
Yeah, you're going from 1, 2,
3, 4.
Wait, no. Well, okay, you have 4 already. You're just adding 1 more for the hair, I think. Yeah, that's really, and you're just splitting up these guys. So, because think about it. I'm not trying to be condescending or anything. Like, it texture wise in a production, it doesn't make a lot of sense to put her hair, with her shoes. Because this is like a costume element that she might switch out of in game, right? Or like it might be part of it's like in the game, right? It's a DLC outfit, so
yeah,
she probably has the same hairstyle all the time anyway. So it would probably be on its own sheet anyway. Yeah. But I think this stuff here is smart. I think to set this up that way. That I would definitely do that. So yeah, okay. Do you have any other questions, Armin?
No, no. I think I would do that, and I would see what happens.
Okay. Cool. Anybody else have any questions about this stuff? About UV sheets or UV stuff or any other baking things that I need to re-go over? Because we only have a week left after this. So ask me if you do.
Unfortunately, I don't have a file that I can give you to demonstrate, but I've been running into a bit of a weird issue where when I use generators in Substance, it doesn't find the edges properly.
Are you using the curvature that you baked in Marmoset or the curvature that you baked in Substance Painter?
Marmoset.
Okay. This is going to sound kind of shitty because I've run into this issue sometimes too, but you might want to rebake your curvature map just in Substance Painter.
Okay.
Because I think the curvature maps in Substance work better for their generators than the curvature maps that you would bake out from Marmoset.
That makes sense.
I didn't really go over that in my lecture because I wasn't like, I personally have never run into that issue, but if you are running into that issue, I would personally recommend that you rebake your curvatures in Substance Painter.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah. I don't know. I wonder what the curvature maps from Marmoset look like. But I think, yeah, in general, what my friends have told me is like you can bake your normals inside of Marmoset and stuff, but like your curvature maps and stuff, like those are helper maps. Those would probably be better baked in Substance, so it works better with their generators.
Cool.
Yeah. So sorry, everybody. I wasn't trying to mislead you. It's just like I've gone back and forth on that so many times, like where I've done it one way and then I've done it the other way, and to me, there's never been a huge difference. I don't know. Yeah.
And if nobody else has any other questions, this is really just a point of curiosity. But I found some of the rain or the oil slick generators that kind of generates particles to apply textures.
Yes.
And I've wondered if you have any experience with them at all, because I was messing around with them they look interesting, but they make everything look super jank right now.
Do they?
Well, at least when I touch them. Push button looks like crap.
Are you talking about the particle brushes?
Yeah, where it's like, hey, I want this thing to look like it's been rained on, and then it looks like poopy.
It looks like poopy.
Because the particle brushes have like a million settings that you have to fiddle with.
Yes, I do, and I'm sure I turned all the knobs the wrong direction. But this is if nobody else has any issues. So
that said, the rain ones I never was able to figure out.
Okay. I mean, we can take a look. I've never used these personally. I know that some people have created like programs in Maya, like scripts to generate rain stuff and like put that on their characters. Like I've known that people to do that. What would that be under? Procedurals? No. Filters? Brushes?
Need to remember now.
I think he's just talking about the particle brush system, which is like Control 1 or something to select the particle brush. Yeah, it's just an alternate functionality of the brush, and then it has all its own settings.
Select physical paint tool. Oh, I have to be on a paint layer.
Oh wait, there we go. Zoom is hiding half of stuff.
Oh, sorry. Is it really?
No, it's just on my computer where the little pop-up is where everybody's names are and stuff.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's curious how that works. I think it has to do with your UV direction and stuff.
Oh, here's have you changed these emitters? Can you change these? Oh, rain. Here we go. Okay. Receiver. Rust.
Yeah, it's a really complicated system.
Oh god. It's like snowing.
Yeah, right.
Wait, what if we supposed to be the rust feature?
No, that was rain. This was supposed to be rain.
Oh my.
And it's supposed to like simulate where like water would collect on models and stuff and apply rust to it.
Huh. Oh, I see. Okay.
That's so much like work.
Well, it's meant to be a pretty quick thing and like accumulation points and stuff, and I've seen people use it effectively, but
yeah, I've seen people use it like for like blood in a wound and stuff like that, and like realistic dripping.
And you're watching some weird ass videos.
I'm pretty sure it was just a Substance Painter demo by Algorithmic, but it was like on a face, and the person had like a scar on their face, and they just like painted in the wound, and it just did like essentially a fluid simulation.
Goodbye, Substance.
Yeah, there's crazy shit where people like there's crazy Substance Painter materials like the one they always use is like the spaceship one where like you can texture the spaceship, but then you can like paint away layers based on the height map to expose like damaged spaceship layers. That's kind of like what we're talking about a little bit, right? Or
I mean, as far as I understand, what this thing does is it basically drops a bunch of particles that have affected by gravity and your geometry, and then where it settles, it applies a material.
Okay.
That's my basic understanding.
It definitely works best when you're just using it on a mask.
Okay.
And then you essentially, if you have like a layer of rust and you put a black mask on it and then you simulate rust wear, it would wear away. It would try and like, get the edges where supposedly it would rust most, and the particles would wear away at the mask in the areas where it's supposed to rust.
So yeah, we like add so if I make this look really wet and then I add a black mask to this and go to Control 1, I can change this to be, what is DT?
That might be
Delta?
That might be the viscosity of a fluid.
Spray. Let's do manual. What's manual rain? Oh.
Manual rain. Clearly just applying a bunch of flesh-eating grubs to it.
I know, that's kind of gross, actually. Okay, please don't crash. I wish you could just hit escape to undo whatever.
Please forgive me button.
Yeah. But I'm sure there's a way to plug this into like a designer material setup too, like.
Yeah, definitely people have made like preset tools for the particle brushes that do some really interesting stuff. I've seen one that does, I think it might be in Substance Painter by default, but I don't remember how to get to it. But it does like electrical grid lines, kind of just like randomized, like straight right angled lines.
Oh, wow.
Which is kind of interesting if you need to fill in a bunch of stuff like that.
Dandy.
Is this gonna like, what is going on? Why is it loading so much? Okay. And then click. It's not even working anymore. It's like stopped working. Yeah, I have not messed with that. I'm sorry.
Okay, no, you're getting the RD experience.
Your frustration with trying to figure it out.
Oh, hey, it's okay.
Yeah, it's like Mr. Cleaning it right now. I don't know what's going on.
I like it. Maybe it's just too much of it or something. I don't know.
Yeah, why does it do that? Can I like?
Yeah, because you can address like how long the particles' individual lives are and all sorts of stuff. So,
dear Lord,
I messed with it, or I messed around a lot with it like about a year ago, and then I was just like, it's faster just to paint it manually.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like they spent a lot of time on developing this, and if it was faster painted manually, they probably would have stopped at some point, but you can never tell.
My issue is that they add all types of features like this all the time, and it's just sometimes it's just better to. Oh, here we go. Spawn rate factor. Turn that down, and then turn up the lifetime a little bit here. So I'm watching this to give me a preview of what it looks like. So.
I love the Brownian motion they've introduced into these drops. My God.
Can we like change this spawn speed down a little bit? There we go. Turbulence power, what does that do?
It's probably a very randomized movement.
I want it to be spawn. I want it to be Y. X, what does that do? Okay, let's turn off spawn Y. Can I invert this? Invert. What does delta do? DT? And then paint. I mean, yeah, it's kind of getting there. We could like make it like bloody water or something. Let's like make it blood. Okay, go over here. So you can kind of see
some bright blood.
Yeah.
I'm fighting the Kool-Aid man.
And then let's turn up the lifetime a little bit. All right, so how do I tweak it so that it starts not... How do I stop the dots? Like it's because it's like doing dots. It's not like a stream.
Yeah, you want streaks.
Yeah.
Oh. I mean, what you'd think that the standard settings or like the initial settings would be kind of representative of how rain would act.
Yeah. Gravity direction Y. Okay. Stamps blending. Particle life. Oh. Okay. Oh. What's it animating? I don't understand. Okay.
It's raining somewhere else by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Or it's going sideways.
Oh, is it? Okay. Because Z, why? No, but Y is up though. I want it to be. The fuck? This doesn't make any sense. Why is
maybe
it like,
maybe particle life is too short. It's not reaching the feet.
maybe the spawn angle is like fucking it up or something?
Huh.
The particles just don't live long enough, maybe?
We've reached maximum jank.
Where are you going? What is happening? Okay.
He's coming from below. His bottom of his feet are like completely red now or something.
Oh, there we go.
Hey, it's perfect. That's
okay.
what.
I don't know what I tweaked. All right. All right. Well, I learned something new.
Yeah, I didn't know that there were those type of brushes in Substance.
No, I can see like if you get a good handle on it, it could maybe give you some decent results. But my God, did they make it hard?
Yeah.
There's a beginner brush.
I mean, my thing would be is just like fill this with grunge leak, and then just like set it to triplanar, and let's turn down the red a little bit. And then you can change the scale. Whoops, of this one. Scale. And gets you like a similar effect without using the particle brush, I guess. But yeah, cool.
I mean, thank you. Thank you for indulging my curiosity.
Mm-hmm. Cool. All right, yeah. I mean, we only got a few more minutes left. So I'm going to be grading tomorrow. It'll just be simple updates. I'll just be checking and answering questions and encouraging you guys. We have about a week left, so when we come back, that's the last day of the class and semester. But you should have the weekend to continue to polish and push your stuff as you need to. I mean, I don't know what else to say. Like, don't be afraid to hit me up if you have questions. Like, I mean, I don't know what my plans are right now because I was trying to rush to get something done for my freelance, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to get it done by the 18th. I still might. I don't know. But like, hopefully you guys don't have any too like last minute major issues that your computer's just like exploding. But if it like does, like, don't be afraid to reach out. I mean, I was talking with other instructors this semester, and it just seems like a lot of students are like not doing a great job of communicating where they're at and what's going on. Like, don't email me week 15 and be like, what's an AO map? Or I'll literally just die in my chair. So, but I mean, if you have questions like about other stuff like baking, or you have an issue and it's just like driving you up the wall, like don't be afraid to hit me up. Or if you want some feedback on your textures, I can totally write up something fast too. The main thing is also like, don't be afraid to get it into an engine like Marmoset or Unreal, or like Sketchfab or something. So we can also take a look to see what it looks like in an engine. So, because like you're not really gonna post Substance Painter renders to your file, to your portfolio as like real time. That doesn't count. Like the iRay render does not count as real time, and the Substance Painter viewport does not count as a real time render. Okay. Cool. All right. Yeah. I mean, that's it. It's 11:58. Gonna stop the local recording. I'll start putting up these videos. Just to reiterate, if you don't know what's expected for the final turn in, go to our page, and you can go click on final turn in requirements. There's also student examples here. So these are the final turn in requirements. These are what I'm expecting. This first part is just a general overview of poly counts and stuff and texture budgets. And then this is what I'm actually expecting to see at the minimum. So I'm expecting to see an FBX, your texture sheets, and a beauty / 3/4 view, a render, a screenshot of high poly from ZBrush, a screenshot of your wireframe, and a screenshot with your texture maps.
Is next week gonna be like mostly a workshop kinda, or?
It'll be like partially a workshop. It'll be like partially also some lecture stuff, depending on what I have time to practice with this weekend. But yeah, next week will definitely be just more lab time, answering questions and troubleshooting stuff. And then I'll have my final slides, and then we'll be good to go. Yeah.
Cool beans.
Cool. All right. Awesome. Thanks everybody. I'll upload these videos now, and good luck. See you all next week.
Cheers. Have a good one.
Yeah. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much.
Yep. Okay. Oh, cool. All right. Let me upload these videos. Okay, game. Let me stop the cloud recording. Module 14, part 1, final overview. Control-C. Part 4. This is ZBrush. Part 6. This is part 7. Wow. All right. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you next week. Hope you all get some rest.
Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye.